All right, so we have officially hit 6 p.m., which means that I've got the YouTube stream going. Uh, so, all of the housekeeping and groundwork for tonight. If you are watching the replay, just know that the actual mix reviewing generally starts around 10 minutes into the stream, 10, 15 minutes. Now, as of this moment, I don't have anything in the inbox, so it might be a slow night, but on the other hand, yesterday I think I had 2 tracks in, but then we wound up having stuff come in for like 4.5 straight hours. So I'm emotionally prepared for another onslaught of mixes. But yeah, uh, 10 minutes in, 15 minutes in, we get started. If you ever send something in and you are not live in chat, I'm going to hit record on my screen sharing software and then upload that bit separately to the YouTube page. That way you can just watch that segment and not have to comb through a 4.5 hour live stream. I haven't had to do that yet since I came up with that idea, but it will happen eventually, probably. So, as always, just feel free to send tracks on in to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. Please read the little bits of rules and guidelines up above my face. And yeah, that's what we're doing. We're hanging out. There's a couple of cool things on the horizon. I'll be doing a group stream with Magoo in the coming month as they uh, release the first single from their new album. It's going to be really cool. We have the Discord, which is starting to have a few people on it. And one of the things I'm going to start doing there is I have contacted some folks that I've recorded and gotten the permission to kind of take some of our sessions and make them available as practice mixing stuff. So that's going to be available on the Discord. It's probably going to take me a couple of weeks. I'm like going through those sessions and making new sessions and new stems that don't have like all of my plugins and stuff on it. So uh, I'm getting those ready. That's going to be cool. So just hit me up for the Discord invite if you want to join the Discord. And also, it's going to be a place where people can, collaborate on stuff and bounce ideas off of each other. It just seems like a great resource to have because there are so many people doing really cool things within uh, just chat on stream. So head on over to the Discord. So yeah, there are going to be these practice mixes. On Friday, I kind of have like a proto practice mix ready, and Mason has been kind enough to both like pioneer on one of these proto mixes. Like this first one that there was like a transfer error and a file got chopped off, so it was wrong. So we're working those kinks out and just figuring out the most efficient way to do it. So Mason was kind enough to do that. Mason will also be popping onto the Friday stream to kind of go over that mix. So we'll be doing that. That's a cool thing to look forward to. And then having these practice mixes and templates available. I'll like build some mixes on stream sometimes using those. So just getting that database kind of put together. That's coming. And then yeah, so just kind of housekeeping. The first 10, 15 minutes, that's it. We watch the dog, we go over details. Uh and I have been saying this, but basically the YouTube page, the Atonuv streaming YouTube page, that's going to be solely for the mix feedback time, because that's already, I mean, we're talking about like 50 hours of material every month, probably more. So I don't want that to get cluttered with a bunch of stuff. So if you ever just want to like watch mix feedback and all that, that's where it's gonna be. Um, that's that. And then the Twitch channel is a little more loose. It's the live stuff. So in addition to the mixed feedback, I'm gonna be popping in and out throughout the day, just doing like some studio work, maybe some synthesizer practice or sample making and stuff like that. If you ever catch me on Twitch while I'm doing like some random stuff and you have a track that you're working on and you would like some feedback while you're like in the mix, definitely feel free to send it in absolutely anytime. If I'm streaming, I'm probably available to like take a listen to your track. I think that that is all of the like housekeeping stuff. I probably forgot something like crucial, but that's it. And as always, feel free to ask a question in chat. And if you happen to be catching this on Facebook, just know that I rarely get the notifications from comments on video and stuff. So, email is good to catch me. That email right down there, or head on over to the Twitch or YouTube page. Cool. We got some revisions coming in. That's awesome. I currently don't have anything in my inbox, so maybe today is a calm day. Yesterday was not a chill stream, so maybe today's is shaping up to be chill, but I absolutely don't know at this point. Sometimes it seems like it's gonna be, but there's just been a general like picking up of like new folks coming in, tracks coming in, so I'm prepared for anything. But I don't know, maybe Ivory's gonna show up and like unleash the rest of his massive discography. Cool. Just got your track. All right, let's get this loaded up. All right. Let's see how this track is shaping up.
You made me cry myself to sleep, thinking about these bullets I could eat. And now I'm haunted, so haunted. You haunt me in my dreams.
Yeah, I am haunted, but I cannot bring you back. You're too daunting, my life crazy. I am flying, I got cash that I am flaunting. But when I close my eyes, I just see you in my rear view, and I'm running for my life.
I've been chasing all these highs, drink my cup and take these lines, mixing shit you're not supposed to. It's a shame I haven't died. What I want I can't decide. In the music I confide, rip my heart out of my chest because that's where you still reside. Bottle in my left hand, pills in my right. Falling out the sky might be over tonight. Bottle in my left hand, pills in my right, might be over tonight. You made me cry myself to sleep, thinking about these bullets I could eat. And now I'm haunted, so haunted. You haunt me in my dreams.
That mix is a lot more dialed in. That guitar is sitting, the main guitar sample is sitting in a much better place, and as a result, we got way more clarity on the vocals. There's a couple of things, and I know that we were talking about this yesterday, and I think this was the one that was like maybe on the edge of being hyped up top. Now that everything has moved around a little bit, it sounds totally good up there. Maybe you addressed it a little bit, but also as this is, I wouldn't worry about that top end. Um, a couple of things to think about. Um, there's room for that kick to thump at 60. Um, yeah, I think it's exactly where it should be. I think that it's like, I know that you're not working with anything with a lot of presence up top, and there's just a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of ear candy, but it's not artificially pushed. So I think it sounds great. Um, yeah, specifically at 60, I would just beef that kick up at 60. Like, I would use a Pultec, make it a meme. Uh, but Pultec at 60 and you're done. Like two or three notches. Um, and bass from 100 to 200, that could go up as well. Um, you're gonna need to pull back on the limiter once you do that. You are, um, you should get yourself a Pultec. You should just buy yourself a shiny new Pultec plugin, and treat yourself. It's gonna change your life. Um, First off, the Pultec sounds so good, and once you, it's like the first time that I used a Pultec, it changed not just how I mix, but how I think about mixing. Just because the frequency points that they choose on the Pultec, um, they just lend. It's such a musical way to mix. Thinking about the points that they have, it's like, oh, and it's like I specifically know I'm like, yeah, that's a Pultec at 60. That's a Pultec at 100. That's a Pultec at 500 is what it needs, and it just changes how I approach stuff. Uh, yeah, don't spend that money now if you don't have it, but eventually you're gonna want. But just like something SSL would do, but kick at 60 more, and then bass more from 100 to 200. Um, and once you make those moves, so basically you are at about perfect loudness and dynamic range. So click up 60, click up 100 to 200, and then pull back on your limiter like 1 or 2 notches. And then it's probably going to be perfect, like dynamically and frequency wise. There's just a little more room to blow up that low end, which is a great place to be because this is what happens when you dial in your low end. Like, you actually have room to push low end now, and your mix as it is doesn't sound like it lacks low end. You're going to have, you're going to be able to, you've got 2 basses from 100 to 200. Interesting issue. So, first off, have you checked and made sure that those basses are, perfectly in phase? Okay, great. So, I mean, that's most of the battle. You gotta pick which one you want to be more prominent. That's going to be up to you. One of those, I would say that it should be one of the basses gets that constant, that 100, 200. That's you got to think of that as just what holds your mix down. So pick one of them to be the thing that's going to just hold the mix down. I don't have another metaphor. So, oh, they alternate. Okay, then do them both. If they're alternating, then split the difference between the two. Just give each one, a 1.5 up. Okay, so yeah, but your mix is so well balanced now that the important thing is psychoacoustically you're listening and it's there's a good amount of low end, but we actually have enough separation, enough distinction, enough just nice control going that we actually get the liberty of just cranking the bass a little bit, and then from a well balanced mix, we're talking about I mean, what's crazy, dude, is just a week ago, you were sending in mixes that had that 30 to 60 giant lump, okay? And my hands are backwards, so let me get this right. So we're seeing mixes that have just a mountain of sub and then whatever after that. But now you're just pancake flat with a little hill at 30-ish from the 808, but it's very, very under control. And then you're flat, but it still feels full. And actually you're not flat. You're a little underrepresented from 60 to 200. But everything is so dialed in, it feels really good. So now we can just give it a little hill as opposed to the giant smiley face or the giant subwoofer mountain, and it's gonna sound absolutely crushingly bassy, without overwhelming, and you're still gonna have all of this clarity and detail. Just so cool. It's gonna be great. So I want I want more bass, and on that first vocal, what I would think about, so this is now we're getting into like maybe some creative stuff that could just be disregarded, but basically like within genre, like I want some uh like, kind of like ad lib style or effects sends to come in every now and then, like do some delay throws, some reverb throws, the pitched down like trap thing, like going through, just have some fun, like do some like effects automation or something just in the background just to spice stuff up a little bit on that vocal. Is what that's my production brain kicking in. Because if I compared it to like another track within the genre, I'm like, that's something that is missing in this production that would fit in that world. And it would just, there's a few moments like there's a really, yeah, get a little less I would say, because it's hard because I'm also very 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 conservative with effects, because that's not where the mix is, that's not where the production is, but like big like giant aerial view on it, I'm like, this track is too conservative with its effects and its ad libs and stuff. And I'm thinking just especially in moments like this intro.
You made me cry myself to sleep, thinking about these bullets I could eat.
Something new should happen.
I'm haunted,
I mean, you got that hat
so haunted.
right here.
You haunt me in my dreams.
Snare, not a hat.
Yeah, I am haunted, but I can.
I would just a little thing, just a little send, just a little automation nudge here and there, to put some Vault, what's up? Yeah, do like treat yourself. Like you've got the mix dialed in, is basically what I'm saying. It's like, hey, blow up that bass, and get a little bit of action on the bass, and then it's like your mix is done. So if save it as a new version and then do one where you're like, I'm going to push this to the absolute max and go crazy because I did all of the hard work. I did all of the heavy lifting. My basses are in phase. My frequency spectrum is dialed in. My dynamic range is perfect. I have absolutely everything under control. I have mixed the heck out of this. And then, go crazy. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, if you're not done with the recording okay. So you're in a situation, you basically, this is mixed. That's the problem. I don't recommend like mixing something before it's done being recorded. So, you're in a little bit of a tight squeeze right there. But basically just make a pocket for the vocals, I guess, whenever you're going to do them. Because this is a great mix. Like as it is, I'm like, solid mix. Yeah, ad libs are going to add a lot to it. And then the thing that I want more of in the track, if we're still recording and we're still producing, you've got this sound that comes in near the end.
In my dreams.
It's that the arpeggiated, distorted, haunted ghost piano thing. It's just incredible sound design, and I want that to be more present in the mix because it's so cool. Like even if it was a thing that started buried and then came out more, or came out more and then got buried, it's just like I want, because I know my ears are latching on to it because my room is, totally like a sterile music laboratory, and I listen to stuff all day. And it's like I'm picking up on it, but for this to hit for an audience, it needs to make itself known for at least a moment, for it to do its magic, cuz it's such a great sound. and I want that to hit for everybody. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and like Little Altar Boy and all of that. That's like that is like a move. Um okay, yeah, it does sit in the exact same spot as everything. So what I would do um yeah, it's not as important, but it's so good is the thing. So like for a moment, like you've got this whole track. Um automate the EQ on the guitar at like a point. Like I would do like a bell EQ in the upper mids and just suck that guitar back so that that sample rides over top for a little bit, and then you can like rebalance it. And like stuff like that is going to make the track inherently more interesting. Let those two instruments trade mid-range presence throughout the track, because like as it is, like it is like it's a big loop, um and uh and once again, like genre wise, like that makes sense, like a lot of tracks like this are like there is a beat, there is a loop, this is the song, absolutely. But it's like you've already given yourself an out, you have this really interesting texture that's built into the loop. Let them just trade places sometimes, and then you're going to find like if they trade places like right in the middle of someone's verse or something, then that's going to catapult your brain into a whole new um that's going to put you in a new spot, because it's like you change the beat up without changing the beat up, and it recontextualizes everything in the moment. Okay, y'all, if you are watching, this is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. You can send tracks in to atonuvrecords at gmail.com. It's that email address right down there. There are some rules and stuff over the top there. Feel free to send something in absolutely anytime, or just like ask a question in chat, or join in the fun, so on and so forth. Uh, I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern, and that's what we do. I don't have anything in the inbox right now. Yeah, it's gonna be sweet. This is a cool track, and it's filled with a lot of cool stuff. And good luck finishing the recording on it. And it should be kind of like just drop in those vocals, and you should be able to call it a day. But it is basically, um, I would call this like two steps away from final mix. All right, back to dog cam. That's not right. I'm gonna change the color of stuff. Nope. Hmm. Eh. Eh. Yeah, let me try blue. Yeah, black works. Be a very, very dark blue. I am, no lie, aesthetically challenged. It's I focused all of my energy into ear and did very bad with eye throughout everything. How's blue? Or was black the winner? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Good call. I think that we can. How's this? Great. We're going to call that a winner. Do the same down here. Thanks for the eyes, gentlemen. Getting that vibe. All right, y'all. If you are watching on Facebook, just know that I um, don't get very many Facebook notifications while I stream. And I did just see that something came in from Facebook. So what's up? This is a mashup. So I'm going to listen muted so that we don't get copyright blocked. I'll load that up. Yeah. Yes. Basically, when we're doing album stuff, we do want, like, theoretically, and it depends on what you're going for. It's like we either want to achieve total sonic uh uh consistency throughout an album, or we want to do like a crazy, like, this song is totally different than the next one and the next one and the next one. That can work. It doesn't work when it's like kind of like halfway in between, where like six of the songs are like one way and then the back half is another. It's basically got to be like we are consistent or we are deliberately not consistent. While also having like different instruments and textures and stuff so that it's not samey. And then this is something that I look at as a mastering engineer a lot. And it's like basically there should be a bit of difference from track to track, or else you're just using the same samples and the same techniques and the same everything every single time. That's no good. Um, in the mix stage, you want to have like a pretty loose tonal target that that you can deviate from a little bit, like throughout your mixing process. What you want to be doing is mixing. You want to be thinking about making a nice clean mix, and you don't want to be thinking that much about, is this consistent throughout the album? You want to think about it a little bit. I guess this is like a mindset thing, so I'm going to describe it as like how much should you be thinking about it? And it's kind of like at every stage of the recording process, you should be thinking about it a little bit. Like in production, as you pick instruments, you should think about it a little bit from track to track. And then while you're recording and how you're performing, you want to think about it a little bit. How does this fit into the album as a whole? And then as you're mixing, you want to be thinking a little bit. Like, am I using wildly different templates from song to song? Am I using entirely different bus compression from song to song? Like, if I'm reaching for things that are radically different from track to track, um, then maybe I'm making some bad decisions. Uh, then, so you want to find things that are grounding points from track to track, like maybe a few moves, maybe a few pieces. Um, and then in the mastering stage, I look at all of those tracks, and generally speaking, they're kind of like tonal spectrum wise. Sometimes they're really close to each other, sometimes they're radically different, sometimes they're kind of like just meandering off from track to track. And then I think about it from a global perspective. What are other things within the genre doing? And then I look at it on a like what micro level. What is this track doing? And then how does this track interact with the album as a whole? And then I just gently smooth the edges to bring them into something approximating tonal balance while not drastically shifting the artist's intent. Meaning, on a practical level, I'm going to do wide EQ moves like 2 dB here, 2 dB there. So there's still going to be tonal inconsistency from track to track, but I'm just smoothing the average a little bit. And that's what I'm looking for in the final end game. So everything just kind of gets tightened up a little bit at the very, very last stage, and we want to be thinking about it a little bit from the very beginning. But not too much, because there's a lot of albums that rule that absolutely didn't care about that at all. And then it's just gentle smoothing from the rest of the process. Like, I don't know, the White Album. Okay? That's yeah, and you got to think and it can work cuz it's like, I mean, I'll just throw the White Album out as an example. That is both a collection of songs and also a listening experience. I mean, you can listen to that thing from beginning to end and go like, what? how, why, so on and so forth. And that is a lot of gentle smoothing from beginning to end. And also a lot of not gentle smoothing. Like, this is just going to stand out. Like Wild Honey Pie or something. Like, literally just recorded like a microphone and just screaming from another room. So everything can work. There are no, like, think about it a little bit, but don't think that anything is like a rule, is, I guess, the quickest, truest answer. All right, so I'm going to check out this mashup. So stream's going to be muted for a minute. It's a great question. I mean, it's a really, 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 like, that's a well, and basically, I guess it's kind of like also the answer to the question. If you're thinking about it a little bit, it means that you're doing the right thing. All right, keeping the mic on, not the track. All right. If you are watching, I am listening to a mashup right now, so I am not playing it on the stream. All right. Cool mashup. There's a couple of things happening here. You're hitting your compressor weird. Your limiter or your compressor in your master chain, it is clamping down too dramatically, and I would just open up your attack time a little bit and then dial in your release so that it's more with the beat. That's the compressor setting that I would go for. And then also, you're just blowing up. I guess I should clip this. So you're blowing up 30 to 60 hertz. And I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm recording. All right. You're blowing up 30 to 60 hertz, which is gonna bite you on the final output of your track. 30 to 60 hertz feels really, really, really good makes things feel thumpy and big. But when it's overrepresented in the mix, we are flooding our dynamic range, and we're going to make tracks that are softer, quieter than a track that isn't overrepresented from 30 to 60 hertz. And we have to think about our three listening situations. The first situation being a music consumer that doesn't really care about how they listen to music, a music consumer who cares about how they listen to music, and then like a live DJ situation. So in the first scenario, a consumer who does not care how they consume music, meaning that they listen on their cell phone, their laptop, or like some cheap desktop speakers. Those speakers do not accurately reproduce sound below 100 hertz. Maybe they'll dip down to 80, but there's going to be a like diminishing returns the lower that we go on those speakers. So you're devoting all of the energy and power of your mix to a frequency that is non-reproducible on those consumers' devices. Okay. Second scenario, a consumer who cares, a consumer that has a nice speaker setup and like a subwoofer, and they might have like their own graphic EQ, and they've tuned their room and they've tuned their system to listen to music. In that case, they are accustomed to listening to like professional releases. And then over the last 50 years, we have kind of hit, oh no, my bit rate. There has been a decision kind of made colloquially to produce tracks with generally flat frequency responses. So a consumer who cares is listening to tracks that are generally flat, and they have tuned their room and their system to accommodate that. So if a track gets played on their system and it's just really, really blown out from 30 to 60, then it's going to sound weird to them. And then in the last case, a live DJ situation where it is appropriate to have like a huge bottom end and all of that, that can be accomplished on stage by flooding the bass on a DJ mixer or at front of house. So I caution against it. Okay, and I say that all the time, so they're saying in chat. I'm just going to upload that. I'm going to link to it from now on. And then, so you've got all this energy from 30 to 60, and then it's really empty from 100 to 200, which is where you could focus your low-end energy, and then it's going to translate better, and you're going to get more bang for your buck from your low end. So I would just smooth that out. Take 30 to 60 down, give it to some 100 to 200. Then you're really, really scoopy from 1 to 3K, which is where loudness is. Like you just got to give some more love from 1 to 3K to just boost the intelligibility and the presence of this mix. And then it's hot from 3 to 6K, so it's a little bit harsh, and I would just smooth that out. And that's basically what I would do, and then that's going to remedy a lot of the problems. So basically, too much energy in one position, it could get smoothed out. Too much energy from 3 to 6K, that could get smoothed out. All of this is resulting in a mix that is, it doesn't have perceived loudness. Like, it's not going to sound loud in many systems, especially with like a DJ mashup remix thing. It's like we want it to be loud, and this just won't sound as loud as a track that has that frequency spectrum. And we're seeing it like we're just not getting very big like average loudness throughout the sections and everything, and that's just gonna if you clean that up and like figure out those compressor settings, and then also your compressor's not going to be getting hit as weird once you dial back that low end, then you're going to be able to hit your limiter a little bit harder without any pumping, and it'll sound way more natural and louder. All right, y'all. This is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. I'm here 6 p.m. each and every single night. If you're working on a mix and you want to send it in, absolutely feel free. The email is down there. Please take a look at the guidelines floating above my head before you send something in. If you're watching on Facebook, just know that I rarely get the notifications from Facebook, and I would recommend hopping over to Twitch or the YouTube Atonuv streaming channel to like chat and everything. And if you are just hanging out, feel free to drop any sort of questions or absolutely anything in chat. There's a couple of things coming up that are cool. First off, I am planning a group live stream with a band whose album I mixed. We're going to talk about all the behind the scenes stuff. That's going to be coming up towards the end of January, probably. It'll coincide with when they release their first single. So, scheduling that, dialing it in, going to be awesome. I've also started getting permission from some folks that I've worked with to like use their multi-tracks as practice mixes for people, and also some stuff that I can like tear down on stream. So I'm getting that organized. And if you want access to those files, just join the Discord. Send me an email, and I will get you an invite link. And that's basically it. That's the new stuff. That's stuff coming up on the horizon. We've achieved rare double dog. So that's where we're at in the office. Hell yeah, there's two dogs. Mercury normally doesn't join the stream, but I brought the dog bed up, and now she is tempted. So, yeah, Mercury's over there on the bed, and then Guinness is just laying on the floor. Yeah, we are just pumping out the excitement on stream tonight. We got two dogs. We got some tracks. We have infinite audio knowledge between everyone in chat. It's just great stuff. It's nice to have a chill one. Yesterday was pretty crazy, so we're kicking back, hanging out with these dogs. What I think I might do, I like never do this. I mean I literally do. This is completely serious. I love all the stuff that comes through on stream. It's so cool. A lot of the best music that I've heard all year comes from the stream. And I love it. I have such a good time. And I just got to play this track in particular hits such a crucial amount of fun that I need in my life right now. It is just a darling child. Let me see if this is the right one. This is Ivory's just absolutely blazing good track. I just wanna listen to it again. This is the one.
Right now. I don't wanna talk right now.
Yeah, this is it. Rules.
I don't wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now.
It would be amazing if the stream got big enough that there are more tracks that I can go through. I don't know if it'll happen. If it does, we'll just kind of like plan stuff out a little more linearly. But that would be a great problem to have.
Homies dropping, I ain't tripping, still got a city on lockdown. How y'all let me make beats and mess around, now I got the whole sound. Oh lordy, lordy, I can't afford another fake friend, got some loose ends. Cut them off and we make amends, so associate with them dividends. People only talk about it, though I've been working, no doubt about it, ho. I ain't talk about moves, I'm making, so I've been steady making moves in silence, so visionary, I ain't never gonna back down, you better never come around me when I hand out. Look, I've been in the books, booing up a style, gonna leave the die shook, well verse overlooked on site, how it be right. Homies trying to put up a facade, I can see right through, they ain't no fool me. All y'all rappers just fools to me. Hey, God bless, God bless, God bless, yeah. I ain't been impressed with the rest, I've been working every day in the studio, making beats, sell few need stacks, so I'm moving the silence with the crew, speaking louder than noise, I'm just telling you, damn, hope you really understand. I've been at this for a minute, and I'ma get it how I can. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I wanna talk right now, so leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah, yeah. Knew that I've been had it since a youngin'. People fighting over ego and pride. Knew that I had to go and get it from them. Know that they looking at me from the side. I seen them was fighting like over nothing. I see them looking, yeah, all of them eye me. I cannot do it if it ain't nothing. Yeah, I know that my boys, they will never lose sight of me. Why you looking at me from over there? I've been up at this for a couple years. You know me, I finna take it anywhere. I done hit the status that y'all fear. People wanna talk, like they in the field. People wanna talk, knowing I'm aware. I've been in the books, plus I'm working on myself, and I don't mess with y'all, level with the man. Don't act like you acting up, and you act like you masking tough. God knows why you lying about where you actually from.
Yeah, sit in those drum stems.
I don't got no time and I know it. I don't got the cash, but that's the blood. I don't need a mask for my motives. I made it pretty clear on where I'm going, no. Visionary, I ain't never looking back though. I'll never slow, but I know they wanna see it though. Turn the lights down, swear y'all need a pipe down. Bring the height down, gotta get a light right now. Yeah, hey, lights out. I done hit top, now you want me to drop.
Yeah.
Save out one first time and to shine that work day and night just to get a light right now. I wanna talk right now. So leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. I don't wanna talk right now. So leave me alone right now. Don't hit my phone right now, cause I'm in my zone right now. Cause I'm in my zone right now. Yeah, yeah, hey. Yeah, yeah, hey.
Just an instant mood lifter. Yeah, if you could send the drum stems and then also if it's not too much of a hassle like the instrumental without drums, that would be really cool, but also raw drums is cool as well. Cool. Very cool. Oh, that's absolutely fine. Um, we'll see what happens tonight. I might not be able to route everything into stream. Let me see if I can kind of prepare it. Um, yeah, I think I can make it happen. Yeah, dry would be great. Mhm. All right, if you're just popping in, this is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. This stream starts at 6 p.m. Eastern each and every night. If you want to send in a mix to get some fresh perspective on it, feel free to email me at atonuvrecords@gmail.com. And please just take a look at the guidelines scrolling over my head. And always feel free to ask a question in chat. And we might be like mixing some drums in a little bit here. And in the meantime, we have Dog Cam to provide the serotonin that we all require right now. So that's what's up. Okay, cool. We got some interesting naming. I always love that. Every now and then I get like an interestingly named batch of files, so it's going to be fun to see what we get. That's a great start. And if you are just joining in, this is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. We're here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. You You can feel free to send in a track to atonuvrecords@gmail.com to get a fresh perspective on your mix. There are some guidelines scrolling up top if you want to take a read at those before you send something in. That would be awesome. There is Dog Cam to entertain us while we wait for tracks, and then we're going to play around with some drum mixing shortly. Okay, cool. I think that'll be fine if some stuff is shoved together. We'll see how this works. Might make for good radio. Hey, Fraser, what's up? Oh, great. Feel free to send it in. We are definitely doing a big chill on stream today. Uh, would it be possible to make this downloadable for just a second so I can grab it? Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, dude. That works even better. Or yeah, whatever's easy on your end. Cool. Okay, cool. I've got it if you want to click your privacy back on. Great. Let's take a listen. This is all about love. Cool track, great vibe. Um, just a couple of things. Uh, basically, it's really blown up from about 400 and below. So from like 30 to 400. What is good is that it's well defined. Like I can clearly pick out the bass and the kick and everything. The relationships are, as far as I can tell, well mixed within themselves, but overrepresented within the track. So I would just kind of go into all of those low end elements, everything. It's like we're talking about 400 and below. Um, where we might be dicey, and it's hard to say, is probably like 200 and below could just benefit from, uh, like just click it back about 4 notches, and then 200 to 400 is gonna have to be where surgery takes place because we're probably getting a degree of stuff overlapping there, and we could get more clarity out of everything by being a little more judicious with what gets moved around from 2 to 400. See if you can make a little bit of space for everybody in that region. And then we're super scoopy from 500 to 2K. It looks like it's basically like it feels like I'm in like a 90s like garage band mix. It's very scoopy there, like like metal high school guitarist kind of scoopy. Which I think is kind of where we're getting into like some layering and volume issues, is that you're doing like within your mix. I can tell that you're bringing in new elements. Like you're constantly trying to make it exciting, but it's just kind of like, because everything is so low mid focused, it never feels like a new voice is entering the mix. It just kind of feels like there's just generally like, oh, there's more, but I don't know what it is, and it doesn't have a clear definition because the mid range is underdeveloped and underrepresented within the mix. So stuff needs more attention. From the 500 to 2K range, there's definitely some stuff that like it's like jumping out at like 1K. I want to say that this was the same thing with the other track that you sent in. There was someone else who sent in something that was like very strangely like a narrow bell peak at 1K and then nothing on either side of it. And I think it was your track. So I'm wondering if this is like a room issue at this point. If that's the case. Cool. So yeah, so mid-range 500 to 2K, underdeveloped, and then we're hyped at 3K, which is kind of like what you're naturally going to do because we have that thing where it's like, oh, we need definition, we need volume, and you're dumping all of your energy into like 3 to 6K, and then it's dropping off again, and there's no air on the track. So that would be like, I would want like all of these like kind of first primary things to be taken care of, and then there's room to get some air and excitement up top that's going to lift the blanket off the speakers, and that would be like the candy at the end of all of this. So yeah, in summation, and there's just like a degree of like, it sounds like the kick has something along the lines of a decapitator or like a slate FGX on it. Like it's got some like soft clipping that it's not digitally clipping, and it's like right past the edge of pleasant. It's like if it was just addressed where we just like brought back that low end a little bit, then I think that saturation would be appropriate. But it's like the overrepresented low end combined with that soft clipping is it's a little much. We're pushing into like car subwoofer, like driving down the street territory rather than like nice present kick. So I think that that's solved just by that. So and then every other element is like well thought out. The arrangement is good. The song is good. It's like dialing back. I don't think that the kick needs to be solved. I think that everything, so we're talking about 30 to 100, 30 to 200 just got to come back in the mix, and you could just like take all of your low end elements and just go from like 30 to 200 and just like nice wide bell, down 3 dB. 200 to 400, that's where you're going to want to look and go like, am I getting information that's overlapping from all of these elements? And then you're going to want to go in and go through. And I think that that's going to solve the kick. Like, the kick is well defined within the low end. So if you pull back this low end, 30 to 100, 30 to 200, and you rebalance your mix and you feel like your kick isn't present, then there are some things to take a look at. It's like, if your kick's not present after you solve these first problems, then you're going to want to look at, getting some beater on the kick, like maybe layering another sample that has a sharp transient that's up top and centered in the upper mids, that's going to pull the ear down into the kick. Maybe giving the kick, if you want the kick to be super present and you kind of want the mix to be where it is, an interesting thing that you could do is give the kick mid-range definition, because there isn't any mid-range definition in this mix. You could pull the kick down from 30 to 100 and then give it something at like 500, which is not something that we would normally do, but because you are lacking mid-range and if you want a heavy kick, then that's going to make it really, really apparent to the ear, just like a little bit of that, like at like 500 or 700, which, but that's only if it sounds weak and not present after all of this gets dialed in. So this is like a secondary or tertiary step in the mix. See about just like dialing everything back. And then also, it would be interesting to see about just like making these moves. And then you could send it in, because this could be monitoring issues. Like if you're not getting enough kick, and because like I'm just seeing, so you're just like, you're dumping so much into the mix, you might be experiencing some monitoring stuff. What's your listening situation? What are you listening on? Cool. Yeah. Headphones makes a whole lot of sense. Let me pull up that exact model. Are those what model focals and the Yorkvilles, are those like, do they make monitors or do they just have the like PAs? All right, folks, and if you are just popping in, this is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you want to send a mix for some fresh perspective, you can send it to that email down there. Just take a look at those guidelines floating up top before you do. Thank you very much. M1P. I'm Googling stuff. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, great. Thanks for sending those stems. And let me take a look at those headphones. Okay. Okay, right on. I might save those drums then for the next time you're on. I'm not quite set up to do a mix in my session and my routing. Uh, so I might just hang on to these. Okay, so with this headphone and monitor setup, it would definitely make sense for um headphone mixes. They are naturally always a little bit scoopy like this. Um, with the speakers, do you have any room treatment? Have you done any sort of acoustic, uh, uh measurements or treatment within your space? Okay. So that's where I would point a lot. That's going to be okay. Okay, cool. This all makes a lot of sense. So, if you're in an untreated space, so you're mostly using your headphones, um, this is kind of what I would expect the mix to look like. Like, you're probably going to feel like you're not getting enough kick. Because, like, to really work with our kicks, we want to have accurate monitoring and we want to be able to feel it in the room. And that's just going to help. We will just pretty regularly just dump lots of low end into headphones, um, because it needs it, and especially like with a long mix, the ear fatigue that happens, we take mid range out, and just so on and so forth. So, um, my my best guess and my recommendation would be to kind of make these adjustments and get used to how that sounds in the headphones, and along with eventually trying to treat your space. Those monitors look decent. I don't know. I've never personally worked with them, but they look like they would get the job done. And I would just try to set up a few things for getting a better perspective within your room, as like a long-term goal or a medium-term goal. There are those immediate moves to make on the mix, like below 200, just bring it all back. 200 to 400, you got to get careful with what is living there, and then bringing in definition into your mids and getting comfortable with doing that. And then you're just going to get way more definition and a way bigger sound out of your mixes. Hey, thanks, Fraser. Thanks for sending in the track. And yeah, feel free if you ever get a revision on it, you can go ahead and send it in, and we'll take another listen. And yeah, Vault, I'm taking a look at these stems. Let's next time you're on and gonna be on for a bit, I will set up a session in my downtime and get these all layered up and get the routing right and everything. As chill as this stream is, I don't want to make anyone watch me like organize files. It feels like bad radio. Um uh But yeah, next time you're on, we'll dial that in and I'll have this session ready to go. All right, y'all. This is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. This is Guinness and Mercury down there. We are hanging out, listening to tracks, giving feedback, figuring out what's going on in these mixes. Feel free to send something to atonuvrecords@gmail.com at absolutely any time of day. That email is right down there. There are some rules and regulations scrolling over my head. Shoot this page a follow, a subscription, a like, a comment, so on and so forth. And that so two things. First off, this is a really, really, really awesome community. And I believe that it is because it's very word of mouth and there's not a lot of like total anonymous randos coming through. And that's from people just sharing the link kind of within their own circles and their friends and stuff. So I really appreciate it when people kind of spread the word. It gets us more stuff to look at. And then also there is a Patreon, patreon.com/atonuv. And one of the things that you get with your very kind Patreon patronage is the nightly shout out. So big old shout out to Elias Sinux, Ian, Tyler, and Mason. Thanks a ton. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. So that was our shout out. And y'all, we are just hanging out, seeing if we get some mixes. Absolutely anything is welcome. There is a few general guidelines. I prefer to get like WAV files sent. MP3s will do if that's what you got. SoundCloud links and stuff, they don't really work with the routing and everything with streaming. So I can listen to them, but they won't really play on stream. And if you're doing a cover or like, a remix or vocals over somebody's beat or something like that, please let me know, and I'm going to play it off stream so we don't get copyright struck. Yeah, what's up with I love room treatment questions. Yes. Um it's just kind of a waste of your time, and even though it's not very much money, it is a waste of that money. Um oh, yeah, isolation pads, that's cool. You could also use a phone book or I mean it looks nicer than a phone book. Yeah, that it they'll do the trick. Though also, what are you putting? So the better question is, where are your speakers? Where are you putting them? Hmm. Okay, so what I would recommend, like more so than isolation pads, like they're the cherry on top, but you want to make sure that your speakers are like on some decent speaker stands, like not on your desk. Um, and that's the best thing that you can do as far as speaker isolation. Um, and then honestly, with that subwoofer, I have cool. What monitors are you using? Oh, okay. What are you thinking about getting? If you are just popping in to the stream, hello. This is a ton of open studio. We're here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. You can send tracks to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. Then there are some like guidelines floating overhead, and you can feel free to ask questions in chat, like dialing in the setup. Yeah, the Kali LP6s are probably the among the best bang for your buck that you could do. So that makes sense. Um, what you want to be able to do is measure your room more than anything. Like with whatever you get, like before you go like planning, because here's the thing, you might not necessarily want to isolate your subwoofer. Like depending on the room and depending on the system and depending on any number of factors, you might actually want your sub to resonate on the floor, and you're not going to know without getting an accurate measurement. So that's kind of like beyond like, oh, what speakers should I get? What pads should I get? It's more like you need to know what's actually happening, because you're just gonna do stuff and you're gonna spend money and you're gonna spend time for absolutely no reason sometimes. Like sometimes it's like I uh it doesn't have happen that often, but it happens more than you would think. That you just set your speakers in the right place and you put yourself in the right spot in the room, and you maybe like tack up some like a decent RFC, and then you're like, shit, it's flat. Uh, and and you just save yourself a bunch of like time and money. Yeah, definitely do the old reference mic room EQ, REW. Uh, like do that before you make like any acoustic decisions, because you're just chasing your tail before you do that. I mean, that said, I could also 9 times out of 10 setting up an RFC and front wall bass traps is usually going to, I mean, like, usually in like a very scientific sense, like 95% of the time, will get you a better result than before you do it. So, if you want to think ahead a little bit like that, that's what you would want to do. Hmm. Yeah, square's not quite your friend. Um, though, if it's almost square, but not quite, you're actually not in that bad of a position because it's when things double and are exactly the same that we get like huge room modes and stuff. Um, I don't know. You'd be shocked. That might save you from a really, really bad situation. It might. That 3 inches, it might do it. And then if it doesn't, you're gonna want to uh, make it artificially smaller with like trapping. Yeah. Um. That sucks. That does suck, dude. Uh, I mean, you could just drop like a forever investment into some the GIK stuff. A lot of that is freestanding, and you could just build yourself kind of a GIK bubble like around your listening area, just a bunch of freestanding traps. Uh, yeah, I if you're in that, so okay, like thinking like long term, like you're in a bad situation. You're leasing, renting is horrible. You don't get to do anything. Everyone should build their own house with their bare hands and like just live like Ron Swanson. But that we can't always do that. Um, so to make a good long-term plan, I would just grab a bunch of GIK stuff because it's nice, it looks nice, it is built to last, and you're going to be able to pack that up and uh you'll be able to pack that up and take it with you wherever you go. And if you're eventually in a bigger space or like similar spaces, that stuff is always going to be useful to you. So that's like a solid forever investment. It's a little bit pricey, but it's also not gonna, um, it's not a waste of money in any way. So yeah, it's a good idea. I fully endorse it. And yeah, when I built my live room and and everything, I gutted every single wall and surface and everything, and I packed everything with rock wool. I decoupled the walls. I did the whole thing, and not only is that space perfect and awesome and sounds great in the mixing room and the live room, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it also retains it's like always 70 degrees in the summer and it like maintains like mid 60s in the winter. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, it is the. I mean, it rules. It does. It's a pretty good dream to have. All right. If you are just popping in, this is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. We're here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you want to send a track in for some fresh perspective and some mix feedback, oh, great, cool, David. I absolutely want to take another listen. That's one of the cool things about having a nightly stream. People send revisions and stuff. So feel free to send that in, and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's how it works. If you're just joining, random internet people, feel free to send stuff in to the email down there. There are some guidelines up there. Please take a read of those before you send stuff in. Awesome, sweet. That rules. Send those tracks in, y'all. Cool. I will grab that track. All right. And I think there were just a couple of low end things, and then there was a little bit of like organ stuff coming through too hard at like 3K. So let's see if let's see where this is at.
comes, and so it goes. That darkness, it took hold. And the children, they lost the father's love. Family, it could not hold.
Okay, David, that's a lot better. Like as a result, we have a like it's better, and the thing that I'm getting right away is a much more defined stereo field and a deeper sound stage. Just as a result of scooching some stuff around, everyone's more in kind of order and in their place. There's a couple of things that I would take a look at still. Um, the bass is scooted up, but the fundamental resonance of that bass is like right at like 100. So I would want it to um basically live between 100 and 200, but kind of evenly dispersed. It's kind of it's peaking at 100 and then like coming down between 100 and 200. I would want it to be like a gentler, more controlled thing that's kind of there. So I would just take a notch EQ and just pull back 100 on that bass. Not like the tiniest, like a medium small notch, and the Q of your EQ there, and then pull that bass back like 3 or 4 dB at 100. That's gonna take care of that, and then that's gonna like that kick sounds so much better, like right at the beginning. Really good kick. Like the kick sounds great, but then the bass walks all over it. Because it's peaking right at 100, we want to smooth it out, and it's just gonna fit better. So that's what I would do with the bass. And then that organ right at the end of the choruses, like. So because it's hard panned, it's just very present in the mix as it is, and that's a move. Like definitely I like it. It gives depth, but it's definitely weighted to that side. Like the right side is way hotter than the left side because of that organ. So I would pull that organ back in general volume, and also that last note right there, that is still just an ear killer at 3K. Like I would, a lot of that is going to be solved by just bringing that organ back in general, and then the vocals are going to pop more during that chorus. And then after it pulls back, and if it's still like it's specifically that last note. Right there. That's just all in that we're overrepresented in that crucial like ear pain part. We need to have stuff there, but that's too much stuff. So pull back in volume generally on that organ, and I would go so far as to automate out some 3K on those last notes, potentially, if the volume doesn't do it. Yep. Okay, cool. I just went back to chat, and we're both like, yes, automation all the way. um, Yeah, but a lot of that is just it feels way slicker. It feels more nuanced. It feels like it's got more a dynamic EQ would be an option there. Um it feels way better. It's a big improvement. It's just that bass, pull it back. We want that bass to be living from 100 to 200 with very little information below 100. Just a little bit of the fundamental. So kind of like I'm backwards. So like okay, so like here's everything below 100 and here's everything at 100. Kind of like this shape, and then that's going to allow the kick to exist in its own space. Yeah, that's it. So like two things to think about, and then I think that this is like vastly improved. Oh, do it on the mix for sure. Definitely mix. Yeah, we're all gonna jump in on chat. Do it in the mix. Yeah, if you focus it, because if you do it on the mix down, then you're gonna pull away too much info and other stuff. So do it in the mix. Same thing with that organ. Do it in the mix. All right. If you are just hopping in, this is a ton of open studio. We're here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Feel free to send me a mix at the email right there. Take a second and read the basic guidelines up on the top of the screen. And yeah, it's really great to have you here. And we've got another track from Elias. David, great work tightening this up. You're just a couple of steps away from having a really like nice sounding classic track. All right. Let's take a look at this track. Let me get it downloaded. Okay. Okay, so a D&B track, definitely right up my alley. You made it like a while ago, opened it up and went, it's not so bad. That's always what a nice surprise that we sometimes leave for ourselves, right? Let's take a listen. Uh, really good, really clean. Low end is sitting in nice places, good definition everywhere. That kick is pretty like ratcheted up. I think it's sitting at like 120. So like good on that. It totally works though. We've got a nice consistent low end, so we can get away with that. It's good. I have like only one thing that I would take a look at. And it's kind of two things. So the snare is very, very. It's tuned real high. And we're living in like 6K to 8K is like where that snare is fundamentally living. And I think that it works on um the beginning. Sorry. Okay. Um it but it gets lost when the beat drops. We like really lose snare. Um and it's a few things happening. So first off, it's just like it's way up there in that like 6 to 8K, um where we're trying to get like snap, but that's where like snare air is. And it's also like slightly overrepresented, like all in all like 6 to 8K, which is making the whole mix like a little bit ear fatiguey. um then we have that lead is pretty hot, like right at 2K. So it's also contributing to a bit of ear fatigue stuff happening. Um, and we're losing the snare. So what I would do is on those drops, make some space for the snare at like 1.5K and maybe refocus the snare into that region for the drops, because that's where we're going to get like some nice snap and presence. And that's generally the region where I want to push a snare in a busy mix. And I think that that would help it. I think that it would help it cut, and also kind of just tune the ears down a little bit. It's so hyped, and if we dropped at the drop, it might be sweet. Like we might get an additional like psychoacoustic like drop out of it. That's all that I would change. It's like we're definitely losing the snare, and debatably it's like tuned really high for that section. Um if you don't want to like drop it into that region, then it's like everything needs to get rebalanced a little bit. And so, like, it might be cleaner to just do like some EQ automation and just move where it lives. That's it. Get more snare, get more like bite out of the snare at that part. And then this is a solid, like, this is a track. Interesting. Yeah. Push it further. And I wouldn't necessarily use a shelf. I would just I would duck with a bell, like 6 to 8K, and then push. Once again, this is where I would do a Pultec. I would just go Pultec 1.5 up four notches, but SSL will do. Great. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, if it was harsh in the first place, you definitely it's not harsh. It's just like on it is definitely like you brought it to like exactly where it possibly could be given with where it lives. Like I'd say that you absolutely dialed it in. It's just that I would say that it's not harsh at first. I would say that it is harsh by 3 minutes in. Cool. Elias, I will see you later. And Skylar, yeah, I am doing feedback. Feel free to send something in. Um, if you could send a file or make that SoundCloud link downloadable, it's a lot easier to route stuff through everything that way. If not, I could listen to the SoundCloud link. It just won't play through stream. All right, y'all. If you are just popping in, this is a ton of Open Studio. This is a nightly mix feedback live stream. I'm Scott. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to send something in, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com and just check out that little, you know, rules and regulations scrolling up at the top of the screen. Okay, great. I will get this loaded up. All right. And I got that downloaded if you wanted to set it back. All right, let's take a listen to King of the North.
They can never wear those shoes like you, but they like to pretend they do. No one seems to understand like you. I need someone to understand, I do. It's fuel, so blue. Pressure made you strong as the eagle, Habibi. You risk all you got for the right legacy. Leave a watermark on the globe history. Yeah, that would make you stand like a mountain. That would make you steady through the storm. Yeah, that would make you feel like you're right. That would make you feel like saying they can never wear those shoes like you, but they like to pretend they do. No one seems to understand like you. I need someone to understand, I do. Yeah, you gon' be the king of the north. You gon' do whatever you want. Praise be to the dark and the cold. I know that I can't let it go. It might be too much if you keep going. There might be some stuff you're still ignoring. Either way, it's best to keep it coming. And I think I'm starting to enjoy it. Uncertainty make you feel so euphoric. Right up on that edge of catastrophic. Hanging from the ledge, you're losing your grip. Hanging from the ledge, I'm gonna soar. Sacrifice way too much, yeah. Getting so out of touch, but it stays in your bones until you sit on the throne. They can never wear those shoes like you, but they like to pretend they do. No one seems to understand like you. I need someone to understand, I do. And I'm gonna be the king of the north, yeah. I'm gonna do whatever I want, yeah. Praise be to the dark and the cold.
Yo, that's an excellent mix. Great song, and it's really good. This is really, really, really good. Here is what I would do. Your 808s. You're just really they're a little too heavy from 30 to 60, and I would cut about 3 dB from 30 to 60, and then try moving those 808s into around like 175, 200, give them a little bit of excitement right there. And then you're going to be able to make the track a little bit louder and also a little bit more, it'll have more perceived bass. You can kind of take some energy that's just not going to get you to have all of that focused so heavily at 30 to 60. It's just not going to play back that consistently on a lot of systems. So you've got some room at like 150, 200 to get some more perceivable low end. In a lot of cases, you're going to feel bassier, and you'll be able to make it louder. I mean, like that's kind of it. But it's not like shaking the car like cheap subwoofer bad. It's just a little overrepresented. So what I would recommend is for you, because this is a super clean mix. It's really good. So I think that what you got to do is mix. Do you have a subwoofer? Okay, there's a chat delay. Okay, cool. So what I would do, Yeah, I wouldn't do don't boost 200 to 500, more like 150 to 200, like a little bit narrower than that. But yeah, lower 30 to 60. So what I tell, and I've got like some friends who just love like big bassy mixes. Um I would turn your subwoofer up a little bit so that you're feeling like there's a little more bass in your mix than there actually is. Like in scenarios like this, where it's just a little bit overrepresented. I would just give yourself a little more bass while you're mixing so that you're not pushing the bass as much in your mix as like a systemic solve. But like for this mix in particular, like we're talking about like 3 dB, 30 to 60, and then those 808s could get a little bit of just like 2 dB up, 150 to 200, and you're good to go. Vocals are super clean, samples are super clean, the beat's great, the song is great, the arrangement is great. It's really really clean, and it sounds pro, uh, just right outside of the low end.
Either way, it's best to keep it coming. And I think I'm starting to enjoy it. Uncertainty make you feel so euphoric. Right up on that edge of catastrophic. Hanging from the ledge, you're losing your grip.
150 to 250, and when you do that, you got to make sure that it sounds good, because 150 to 250, that's where we can have a lot of power, it's where we can have a lot of punch, it's where we can get a lot of energy in the low end. It's also where we can get like mud and woofiness and boominess and all of that. So like it should work, but definitely also use your ears. Your ears are clearly good because this is a great mix. So do trust them on what they tell you when you make that move. Um, so yeah, 30 to 60, that cut I would say is non-optional to get this to conform to like an industry standard. Um, that love at 250, 200, 250, 150, that whole pocket right there, you're basically going to be looking at like a little bit of excitement on the 808 or like an additional bit of punch on the snare. That's just like where you've got room in your mix and where we could get just a little bit of more like constant, like gut um, perceived bass. Um, so I think that the kick is going to sit perfectly nicely in the mix once we balance out those 808s a little bit. I like the kick. I mean, I definitely like a big, especially so what I recommend uh is I kind of center my low end around 60 hertz. 50, 60, somewhere around there. That's where we're going to get like the most bang for our buck on low end, as far as not taking away too much from our dynamic range, still cutting through on most systems, and it just sounds great. 60 is great. It's a solid frequency. Um, your kick is pretty focused between 60 and 100. Uh, and I think that once we get that 30 to 60, so it's right now is kind of centered at 30. If we cut there and then our energy is focused at 60, I think that kick is going to have great presence and it's going to sound like a professional kick, like just one that rides on the beat and sounds good. I am fairly certain that once you make that move, the kick is going to be sitting in a perfectly fine place.
If you're still ignoring, either way, it's best to keep it coming.
Yeah, I like a big kick. Yeah, dude, send stuff in absolutely anytime. This track was great. Thanks for sending it in. Thanks for the follow. And y'all, this is a ton of open studio. We're here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Feel free to drop a track to the email right there, atonuvrecords@gmail.com. There are some general guidelines / rules, if you want to call them that, scrolling over the screen. And the stream always has a degree of chill time. You know, people are getting tracks ready, sending stuff in, finishing their mixes, working on stuff. So to combat the wait time, we have dog camera. So let's check on these dogs. Oh, look, they're cute as heck. Yep. So on this stream, as we hang out, I just kind of check this email, make sure everything's running smooth on the stream, and you know, I just pull up the feed, just watch these dogs. Hey, what's up, Jer? Good to see you again. If you've got anything that you want to send in, feel free. We've had a good set of submissions so far. It's definitely been a lot more chill than yesterday. So we got a lot of dog camera action going on tonight. That was awesome. It's kind of like an every other day thing. We get a bunch of stuff and then a little like a cool off day. So keeps it keeps it really manageable. Mm. let's see. So, stuff on the horizon. We're going to have a full mixed teardown of a very cool rock band coming in the next month. More details as that date becomes finalized. And we are starting to get some cool stuff going on in the Discord, which if anyone wants an invite, just send me an email and I'll get you on that. We're going to have some like practice stems and other things available on there. Getting some stuff cleaned up and prepared for that. And that's basically it. That's what's going on in stream administration. All right, folks. We've hit the what might be the lull for the evening. But if you want to send something in, feel free to send it in to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. There's a few guidelines floating over the top of the screen. I'm Scott. This stream is here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're pushing into 3 hours on air. So we'll go ahead, hang out for a little bit longer. If stuff comes in, I'm happy to take a listen. If not, we'll probably start wrapping up in the next little bit. Oh, cool. Just got one from Jer. Let's take a listen.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for the disclaimer.
I'm still hungry than a motherfucker, grinding till I'm 6 feet under. I've been doing this shit since my eyes were all filled up with wonder. Baby blues, I told you, you cannot do what I do. You say one thing, don't come through. You tell lies, I'm speaking true. Gospel, step to me, things might get hostile. That's not though. I'm a man of peace, raised on the Bible. Grew up, now it's not my vibe. Running with a different tribe. Many good folks by my side, living like I won the lotto. This feathers left to rustle. Got a truckload full of muscle. I be flexing, never settle. You can't muzzle this kerfuffle. Breaking rules, I'm bringing trouble. Leave you crying in the puddle. When you die, I'll bring the shovel. I'm not new to this. I've been doing this. I'm the coolest kid. I make the coolest shit. You're so furious about my experience. I know you're curious just how I'm doing this. I'm still hungry than a mother.
Okay. This is really close. It's I would bring the 808 back. Like 1 dB, honestly. It's like really, really, really almost locked in. And then that kick needs hey, Base of Nation. Cool to see ya in chat. Bonbot. Yeah, they are cute dogs. But anyway, hey, good to have you. 808, just back at like 1 dB, a little more energy on the kick at 60, and then you've got this like trailing sub bass thing. Right there. Whoa. And that's just going that is pushing all the way down to like 3 hertz, and normally we would have like a high pass up there and we would catch that. That's just going to eat up lots and lots and lots of room, hit your compressors weird, do a bunch of stuff. So that like sweeping down thing, it's just gotta, I would tighten up its frequency response, not let it go down as low as it's going, and also just bring the volume down on it. All in all, it's more of like an effect and it's just living like really, 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 really sub audio. Um, and then you've got some room to add like punch and presence in your bass from like 120 to 200. So consider that like that is a open playground for some low end. And that wood block is too loud. Like it's in these parts. Where is it? Ah, bing, bing. Yeah, sounds like that are really easy to be really hot in the mix, and you could even hear some ridiculous ones on like really, really classic, like super pro stuff. It's just that it's really focused at 2K, so it's gonna be like inherently very loud. Bring that back a hair. Um, Woodblock, and then there is some distortion happening on the vocal that is just a little bit north of pleasant. And I'm not sure. I know that you're using like a vinyl effect sometimes, and it's not necessarily that. I'm hoping that it's not like mic clipping because that's not going to be fixable, but it's in these sections right here. We've got some clipping happening somewhere in the mix in these sections, and that needs to be tracked down and gotten rid of. And that's basically it, dude. It's really close. So just like we're talking about like a notch here, a notch there, scooting some stuff around, and then track down that clipping in the verses. I think those are verses, if I was to categorize it. Something's clipping, and it's not like a nice clip. And then yeah, you're using that auto mastering, and it's just not delivering you um, anything close to like the loudness that this could be. All right, y'all. If you are just popping into the stream, this is a ton of open studio. I'm Scott. Folks can send in tracks at absolutely any time to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. It's that email right down there. There's a few like guidelines floating above my head. And yeah, we start the stream every day at 6 p.m. Eastern. So we're approaching a pretty long stream at this point, but if you've got something that you want me to take a listen to, I am happy to do it. And also, always feel free to ask questions in chat, and we can dial stuff in like that. And yeah, Jared, really, it's super cool that you just started doing all of this in the last few months. These are actually very, very close. Those are, that's what I would, look for. Yeah, and better monitoring. That's like the only, it's the only thing that I'm a stickler on. I really do think that people can make great stuff with like a laptop and like whatever they have available to them. And monitoring is just it is the absolute like make or break game changer. So if you dial in your monitoring situation, you are going to be absolutely putting out great stuff. Yeah, I actually I started I've been in a bunch of bands, but what I'm doing now, or like when it's not pandemic, is I'm the I'm a touring member of Summer Like the Season. I started off as doing like engineering and stuff for them, and then that turned into playing like synthesizers and samplers, and a little bit of electric violin as as like the touring person. And that's like cool. It's like kind of like heavy dream pop. So it's really fun to play. There's going to be a full length that I spent years working on to dial it in, and it's going to come out in 2021. It currently is in a like limbo situation with a pretty cool label. So gonna see how that plays out. Summer Like the Season. I'll drop a link in chat. There are a few EPs hanging out in the world, but the full length is what I engineered, and it's kind of it. So much time spent on that album, and it's in this spot where I really want to show it to people because it I mean it rules. Like a lot of just the mixing and the raw engineering on it is just really 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 good. And it probably won't come out for another like 10 months. So I'm just kind of sitting on that. The first couple of EPs are cool, but the album is just like really a big old step up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're approaching it from a really, really cool perspective, and I think your stuff sounds good. So, uh, you've just got like a very natural thing happening. It's cool to have like all of these very like song centric, vocal centric things coming from you. So, yeah, you know, unique perspective is where it's all at, and you're doing a great job with it. And yeah, I mean, I just kind of figured that's why. I mean, I'm doing the stream partly because I have some free time of my own due to lockdown, but I also figured that there was gonna be uh, that there were gonna be a lot of people trying out recording themselves for the first time. So, it's kind of like everyone's helping each other in this situation. Interesting. Like there is a psychedelic thing going on in your tracks. Um that makes a lot of sense as to that extra spice that's getting thrown in. Uh that that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, big hooks on those tracks. Hey, what's up, fans? Yes, I do. If you want to send a mix to a ton of records at gmail.com, there's a few guidelines up there. I prefer files. Wave is great. MP3s will do. If it's a cover or samples or a remix or you have vocals over someone else's beat, just let me know. I'll play it off stream so that we don't get copyright stuff. Um, but yeah, that's what we do. Good to have you on stream. Cool. And thanks for the like, Jer. And then outside of feedback, we watch these dogs and how cute they are. Cool. Cool. Are these two different tracks or grab them both? Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll take a listen to both of them. Cool. Really cool stuff. Um, yeah, that guitar part is cool. Uh, just a couple of things to dial in. A lot of it is really nicely mixed. Um, that opening guitar, I would tune it. One like it's a little out of tune. But it's not like drastic, and it is like a bit of a vibe, but it's also like a little out of tune. I don't know. The so here's the thing, the low end, the kick could first off use more energy at 60 hertz. That could get boosted. And then the 808s or the sub bass, it's just walking all over your kick, and then once the bass comes in, we lose the kick. The bass is overrepresented from 30 to 60 hertz, and there's like very little perceptible bass as a result. On most playback systems, it's just going to be like kind of like guttural tone or like car subwoofer stuff. So, dial. Okay, yeah. If it's on purpose, then that's great. Dial back the bass from 30 to 60 and definitely cut it so that the kick has room at 60. And also, you could put more 60 into the kick. And then I would consider it's inherently mid-range focused because it's built around guitar, and it's like the bass doesn't provide us any sort of tonal stuff, so it's going to feel mid-rangey if we don't get some bass into like the 100 to 200 region and like around 700 as well. It'll feel a bit mid-rangey. And that's basically that's all I would dial in on this. I think that it is well mixed everywhere above like 200 hertz, which is how most tracks are. Let's listen to the next one. Really, really, really funky stuff. Cool track. And pretty similar in that I would pull back that 30 to 60. It's gonna push. We're basically, the track can't get as loud as like a lot of other tracks within this world. It's pushed to the point where, like, on like a lot of nice systems, it's gonna sound kind of like car subwoofery. Just bring it back a little bit, and then we could get definition within like 100 to 200, 700, more perceived bass. And the hat is a little bit overrepresented. It's like unstuck from the mix to a degree. I would like dial it back like one click, half a dB, or just cut a little bit around like 8K. I think it's just it's in like the pokey, super, super harsh region, and but a small degree. It's like right on the edge. And that's basically it. I mean, it's cool, awesome composition, really, really the vocal chops are clean, the synth parts are cool, and it it's cool to hear something that doesn't sound like everything else. Just a couple of like technical things to rein in, and then you'll have like a little bit fuller, punchier, louder track. All right, if you are just joining, this is a Ton of Open Studio. We're here every night, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you want to drop a track into my inbox at atonuvrecords@gmail.com, feel free to do so. Take a look at the guidelines scrolling at the top of the screen if it's your first time. Cool. Yeah, I'd love to take a listen. And if you want to do me a favor, while we're getting it loaded and while I'm listening, go ahead and write out like what your mastering process is and what your workflow is, what you're thinking about while you're doing it, and then lastly, and least importantly, how you're doing it, your chain. Great. Yeah, good notes. Thanks for the follow.
Play that shit on TNT.
Yeah, let's tryna get out on my feet. Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. It's just for the failure, it keep fucking with me. I don't care what these niggas say. I don't care how good the day go on, pray for another day. Didn't smoke by damn, and now I'm hurting, I smoke this pain away. Now my head spinning, and I just lost my feeling. And I'm just trying to be a hero, I feel just like the villain. I can hear my name up when I just be chilling. And I've been thinking about my past, and it got me tripping. But I'm just trying to get this guap. Shout out to my fucking brother, cause we're going up to the top. And I'm only hitting gas, ain't no way that I can stop. And I'm trying to move around, but I'm stuck up in the knot. Ain't no way that I can go. Little bitch, you take it slow. I tell her I'm on a roll now. Tell her bitch, you better slow down. Every day you gonna know now. Yeah, let's tryna get back on my feet. Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. That's just for the failure. It keep fucking with me. I don't need your company. I'd rather be on lead. If God want me to be great, then that's exactly how I'ma be. They just come up in my life and I already know they gonna leave. And I'm tired of the shit. Yeah, I think I need some sleep. Yeah, and I think I need some peace.
Play that shit on TNT. Play that shit on TNT.
Okay. I'm going to give you a second if you're writing stuff, and then we can go through this. And to clarify, okay. All right. What do you mean when you say listening to the parts separately? Were you doing, did you have stems? Was this stem mastering, or were you just focusing on each individual part? Yeah. That's not so if this is mastering, you don't want to have each individual part unless it's specifically stem mastering, which is a whole other thing. Mastering is on the mix. And it's really, really, really important. Like, if it's mastering that you're doing, mastering is not mixing. If someone else is mixing it or did the mix, then there are certain things that are their responsibility. And it's really important to note that mastering is not mixing. Mixing is not mastering. They exist as like two separate things for like good reasons. So, yeah, like you kind of have like two parts too many in certain ways here. So going through this, what is your monitoring like? What are you listening through? And like in short, there's some stuff here that's good. There's some stuff here that's bad. Um, and we want to dial some stuff in to be like really like short and to the point. There's good stuff and there's bad stuff. Um, and approaching it from the mindset of what it is that you're going to do. Like if someone is having you master something in the future, it's like having an understanding of like what your responsibilities are, what it is you're going to do, and what it is that can be achieved and what needs to happen for it to be its best. Uh, so like we got to dial in like what is it? What are we doing? And have a workflow and a mindset that works for you, because also like the thing that I think like technical stuff aside, and we'll get into the technical stuff. We will get into the technical things, but the thing that makes me go like it gives me the most pause is that this took like 2 or 3 days. Mastering a track shouldn't take 2 or 3 days. Mastering a track should take like an hour. Um, so all in all, you're doing too much. That's that's the ultimate, like at the end of the day, you're doing too much. But yeah, your monitoring system, your monitoring setup. Let me know more about that. What are you like? What's your? Are you like? What speakers are you using? All right. And have you done any acoustic measurements in your space? Do you have like a frequency response readout from Room EQ Wizard or SonarWorks or anything like that? Yeah. So like those KRKs, do you have a sub? Cool. What I mean, if you have the room readout handy, you could send it to my email, or, you know, uh, just kind of briefly talk through like what your room is like. All right. Uh Jared, good to have you in. And yeah, streaming schedule is just going to be the same. For it's probably not going to change until like the end of spring. If it changes. So yeah, we're here 6 p.m. Eastern every day. So like in short, like looking at your tracks, the mixes that you sent, and then this master, like to just like cut to the point, it seems like you're in an like a non uh your mixing environment is not getting you where you need to be with your frequency response. So like this master, it's like ludicrously weighted in that 30 to 60 region, which it's just not going to work stacking against like other tracks in that world. And like if you're A Bing stuff, if you're checking stuff, like your room might have some nulls, you might be running into some issues. If you like the feel of a track that is really, really heavy from 30 to 60, this is what I tell people all the time, just turn your sub up and mix with a loud, like, mix with your subwoofer hotter um, than the track actually is, and stop making your track so hot from 30 to 60. So first off, there's just that, like, really, 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 really hot in that region, and all of your mixes were hot in that region as well. So I would, uh, you know, line that up, and then without knowing exactly what's up with your room and like what your treatment situation is like, and the response of your room, there's not a lot of stuff that we can dial in. But it's just that there's also a lot of stuff that's nice, but there's a few things that are just kind of universally not working for you, and I would say, it's a monitoring issue. Um there's that, and then there so monitoring issue, a workflow issue. You're trying to do way too much on the master here. The single greatest resource that you provide as a mastering engineer, whenever you take on a mastering job, you become a mastering engineer. And the number one responsibility of a mastering engineer in an ideal, perfect situation is you are there to listen and provide feedback and pushback on the mix, because you have trained ears and a dialed in system that tells you the truth. And your ears and your system deliver pushback on a mix. So if there's something in the mix that you notice that isn't adequate or isn't ideal, your responsibility as a mastering engineer is to carefully note it and note on a technical level of where it is, like your snare is not present enough at 1.5K. If this was addressed in the mix, then the mix would be better. You provide mix feedback and mix fixes that are detailed, annotated, and professional. You push back on the client, you push back on the mixing engineer. That is your single greatest job. You want to have your ears trained and your system dialed in so that you can deliver this feedback with accuracy and speed. After that, you want to work with the client, push back, take the track in, and then master it. And then that mastering, after the pushback and all of that, your job is not to change the track. It is not to make the mix different. It is not to make the mix better. It is to bring it up to an appropriate level and do quality control. So as far as that, within this track, there is huge amounts of clipping in the low end, and also something that is just literally it's unlistenable. I think it's in the vocal track. It's like crossfade pops, just going pop, 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 pop. No good. And that's maybe in the mix. Maybe they've got some bad crossfades. Maybe your saturation is too dialed in. There's that. So that's just right there. That's a quality assurance, no pass go. This track is way too compressed. It has no dynamic range. It's going to sound really, really, really soft on a streaming site. And also if you're listening at a normal volume, it'll sound soft. It'll sound loud if it's just blasting in your room, but that's just really not where the consumer market's at. It's not what streaming is taking in. It's not going to translate well on a lot of devices. It's just too crushed up, and we can really hear first off, we can hear it throughout the entirety because the dynamic range is super constricted, and if you're on a system, you can hear that it's just the speakers aren't moving. It's just nothing is happening there. And then your compression is way too heavy, and we can hear it click off right here.
I'm trying to move around, but I'm stuck up in the night. Ain't no way that I could go. But bitch, you take it slow. I tell her I'm on a roll.
Right there. That's weird. That's no good. And then we've got that crossfade thing.
But bitch, you take it slow. I tell her I'm on a roll now. Tell her bitch you better slow.
And that is basically it. And yeah, your loudness, your your average loudness is technically industry appropriate, but because we have everything swamped from 30 to 60 in conjunction with that compressor just getting hit ridiculously hard, you're at peak average loudness, but your dynamic range is just, it's 2. DR2 is bad. And that's the technical stuff, which is way less. That's dial it in. That's relatively fine. What's more important is what is mastering? What is the mastering workflow? Why is mastering? Your ears are the most important tool. Therefore, your monitoring system has to be dialed in. Your room has to be treated, and that is what we're working with, and that's mastering. folks. If you're watching, this is a ton of Open Studio. I'm Scott. I'm here nightly at 6 p.m. If you have anything that you want to send in, you can feel free to send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. There's that thing scrolling over with some loose guidelines of what to send and how to send it. And yeah, this is where we're at. It's been awesome hanging out with everybody. And yeah, Vince, I'm happy to help you dial this in. That's just kind of like, it's a huge overview of like, everything. There's a mindset thing, there is a workflow thing, and then there is the technical stuff. Cool. Hey, if you are just joining, this is the Atonuv Studio Open Studio live stream. We're here every night starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you've got something that you want to send in, you can send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. And there are some guidelines floating over the top of the screen right there. And always feel free to say what's up in chat, ask a question, etc., etc. We're just working on dialing in a mastering process right now, so it's fun, exciting stuff. Yeah, the wave adds a little bit of detail, but If you have it, if you have their final mix, you could send that too, and then that's a better way to evaluate the mix versus the master. And I have been doing audio engineering and music production for um, 15 years. How's that track coming? Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Mm-mm. Da, da. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, so I'm just going to kind of bounce these back and forth. Now, you've got test and original. Is original your original master, or is it their original mix?
Yeah, let's tryna get back on my feet. Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. They say fuck the fade, love, it keep fucking with me. I don't need your company, I'd rather be lonely. If God want me to be great, then that's exactly how I'ma be. They just come up in my life and I already know they gonna leave. And I'm tired of the shit, yeah, I think I need some sleep. Yeah, and I think I need some peace. Fuck the fade, I don't need it on my worst day. I'ma be myself, I don't care what these niggas say. I don't care how good the day, go on, pray for another day. Didn't smoke by damn, and now I'm hurt, I smoke this.
Okay.
I don't need your company, I'd rather be lonely. If God want me to be great, then that's exactly how I'ma be. They just come up in my life and I already know they gonna leave. And I'm tired of the shit, yeah, I think I need some sleep. Yeah, and I think I need some peace. Fuck the fade, I don't need it on my worst day. I'ma be myself, I don't care what these.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, the good news is like that like bad crossfade clicking stuff is not it's not you, it's them. But the thing is that makes this that's like the very first thing that would pop out to me is, hey, this thing is happening. It makes it unlistenable. And that's what you got to catch. That's got to be your first instinct, and then you have to push back and go, this isn't workable. And you need to at least have that in your notes. Like, I know this is for a friend, but it's like if you wanted to do mastering, it's like it's a cover your ass maneuver. Like, you have to catch these things and you have to make them known. If they don't want to fix them, that's them. And like mastering is like very, like in many ways, blue collar. It's you take the thing and you do the thing to it, and you have to have like firm contracts and firm understanding of what it is that is happening. So there's that. That is happening. So let's see.
Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. They say fuck the fade, love, it keep fucking with me. I don't need your company, I'd rather be lonely. If God want me to be great, then that's exactly how I'ma be. They just come up in my life and I already know they gonna leave.
And then like that kick has like a lot of clipping on it, and that's in their original. It's gonna, as you push loudness on this, it's just gonna sound worse and worse and worse and worse. Like there's too much clipping on that kick, but that's a mix issue. So that's not on you, but it's also in the mastering stage. It would be on you to point it out. Now, also their, I mean, I don't know what their mindset is, but this is limited. It's like technically you can't work with it. I don't know if the stems that they sent you weren't limited, but like what you should be getting from a client is the mix without a limiter, without it, like, it's just the mix with like a degree of headroom left. Like, we like to say 6 dB, but honestly, it could be anything, below 1 dB will work. It's just that we say we want 6 dB of headroom. To make it really clear, then they need to mix it well. Like, a good mix has headroom, and it's like a psychological trick that mastering engineers employ to kind of trick mixers, is that we say we want 6 dB of headroom without a limiter applied. And that means that whoever is mixing it has to utilize good gain structure and can't be clipping their master or doing a bunch of stuff that sucks. It's going to force them to be a better mixer, and that's part of what you need to do as a mastering engineer. You need to make the mixing engineer do a better job. So, like, if this is what I was working with, I would push it back. And, this comes down to, like, a lot of, like, because the master, it doesn't matter. Mastering, it doesn't matter, like, what kind of saturation you used or what EQ you used or what compressor you used or the spatial width that you applied or what you did to pull a sound out or whatever. That doesn't matter. What matters is encouraging a good mix, because the mix is 99% of what makes a track great. And then mastering is quality assurance. And then the things that you're spending time dialing in, compression, limiting, a little subtle bit of sweetening EQ that you know that is going to be the cherry on top, that should take 15 minutes to figure out what it is. Where your brain is at and what makes you valuable as a mastering engineer is that you can come back with detailed feedback and a structure to make the mix better. So, like, that's where I think this all falls apart. Your processing is fine, your workflow is fine, but it's the pushback on the mix and the understanding of what mastering should be that is not making this work. This second one that you sent is better on its frequency response, but it is now, because you pulled back that 30 to 60 that was like ridiculous, now all of the volume is gone basically. So like you would have to completely and totally reset all of your stuff. So yeah, now we have dynamic range and like all of that, that's back. But now our loudness is nowhere near where it needs to be. Also, we're digitally clipping here. Tell a bitch you better slow down. Every day you gonna know now. And we don't hear the compressor click off right there, so that's better. Yeah, I'm not, so, I mean, like, we're dialing it in. I'm not trying to be, like, too harsh on it. It's, but this is a crucial component of like what the mastering process is. So yeah, this one is better. The second one that you did, it's got a lot less. The frequency response is more professional. We have more going on. There is stuff that you could do in the master to like lift the blanket off of the speakers with like a gentle shelving EQ above 16K. Are these waves or are they MP3s? Yeah, so this is a wave, but it looks like an MP3. It has no information above 16K. So then I'm concerned, like, did the artist just hand you MP3s? And then that's like, at that moment, you got to be like, nah, I'm not going to touch it. Or you got to, like, figure out a way to maybe do some trickery up there. So there's nothing above 16K. Other than that, this is much more, this conforms to a more professional profile. But you took away all of that and then didn't add any volume back in. So it's way, 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 way too quiet. All right. If you're hanging out, this is a ton of Open Studio. This stream starts at 6 p.m. Eastern each and every night. We are hitting, wow, like 4.5 hours on this stream. So we're probably going to call it in a short while. But if you've got anything that you want to send in or any questions, feel free to ask in chat at absolutely any time. And yeah, there's an email right down there. There's a couple of like rules and guidelines floating above my head. And Vans, are you still here? We could dial this in, chat about it. I'm happy to, help you out. Sometimes it's hard if I'm speaking to a vacuum, me, my camera, my dogs. All right. I'm gonna hang out for like another 5 minutes. Vans, let me know if you're here. I don't want to leave you hanging on figuring out this mastering situation, but if you took off, we'll go ahead and call it for the night, but feel free to stop back in absolutely any time. If you're like making revisions on something, you can feel free to bounce them back around here. Cool. Gotcha. If you are just walking into the room, this is a ton of Open Studios. We start this stream at 6 p.m. Eastern each and every day. If you want to send in a track, you can send it to that email down there. You can read some guidelines floating up at the top of the screen. Or just always ask a question in chat. Always available to you. Yeah, fixing the clipping is going to help on that master, but it's and it's good exercise to see what can happen, but the overall systemic solution is to identify mix inconsistencies and issues and then accurately push back on the mix. And that's what has to be developed. I'm like the technical stuff, like, yeah, fix clipping, get it to it's like these things can be addressed. You can get it up to a proper loudness. You can get it to a proper frequency spectrum. But the truly transformational thing and the true, like, making it better will occur from a dialed-in mix. And the mastering perspective is to push back on the mix. And that's what matters. This technical stuff is cool. It's useful to know. All right, I will take a listen.
Pipe that shit up, TNT.
get back on my feet. Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be. They say fuck the fade, love, it keep fucking with me. I don't need your company, I'd rather be lonely. If God want me to be great, then that's exactly how I'ma be. They just come up in my life and I already know they gonna leave. And I'm tired of the shit, yeah, I think I need some sleep. Yeah, and I think I need some peace. Fuck the fade, I don't need it on my worst day. I'ma be myself, I don't care what these niggas say. I don't care how good the day, go on, pray for another day. Did it smoke by damn and now I'm hurt, I smoke this pain away. Now my head spinning and I just lost my feeling. And I'm just trying to be a hero, I feel just like the villain. I can hear my name up when I just be
All right. So it's still got digital overs. We're just it's like 0.2 over 0, but we wouldn't want to have that. So you want to use a true peak limiter. And if you're using a true peak limiter and it's still clipping, then it's because stuff is just still too hot and it's getting through the brick wall. So we've got digital clipping, and then more importantly, there is just that clipping that is built into the track, that crossfade popping and stuff. That's unfixable on your end. And it's also, like, in a professional standpoint, that's just going to make the track not. And that's what mastering is this quality assured? Is this quality? And it's like that issue is baked into the mix, and it will prevent it from being seen as a quality release. Now, the things that you can do with a mix like this, and sometimes it happens, like someone passes us something and they are unwilling to fix the mix and it's not good, and then we still just do what we do, and that's like, okay, I'm going to shave the EQ spectrum, and then I am going to introduce like maybe some subtle saturation. I wouldn't do any saturation on this particular mix because it's already just clipping all over the place. So it's like subtle, nice, classy saturation isn't going to help at all. It's just going to be more just like kind of like garbage on the garbage pile. So what we want to do is, like, if it's a situation, the mix is the mix and they're not going to touch it, it's like just go subtly shave the EQ, and then like 1 dB of gain reduction on a compressor, and then we feed it into a limiter, and then we try to hit target loudness. And on this current master, it's not hitting target loudness. It's very, 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 very soft. So, none of that. It's still going digital over. And then there are issues in the mix that are going unaddressed. That's what it would have to be. And also, like, in the full, like, if this was a client, if I was getting paid to do this, so like what I was saying, like, there's way too much 30 to 60. Well, then I look at their original mix. Their original mix has way too much 30 to 60. If you cut that much 30 to 60 on the master and turn it back, this is more about like how do you successfully keep your client or whatever. If you take a mix and master it without communicating with your client that you're going to do this thing or this is what needs to be addressed, if you cut that much 30 to 60 and then pass it back, and then their master is just blazing hot up there, they're going to interpret it as having all of the bass go away, and they're going to be unhappy. As a mastering engineer, you are a voice of authority. So it's more important for you to understand the reasons why 30 to 60 has to be cut in that method, that it is restricting the dynamic range, that in the professional world, that's not how blown up that spectrum is. That's the world of like garage artists and stuff. Like on main stage talent, it's controlled and relatively flat, and that is the reason that we would do that. That has to be communicated to the client. If you make a move like that, they're just going to go like this guy's crazy, he doesn't know what he's doing. You need to be the voice of authority that pushes back on the mix and makes them cut it. Okay? You have to make them do the stuff. That is like the way to go. Or because this would be better addressed in the mix anyway. You don't want to just go and like suck out 12. You can kind of get away with it because there's just not much there because it's like really only the 808. So technically you can do it, but technically it would still be better addressed in the mix to individually cut elements by that large of a degree. So, I mean, on a technical level, it would be better to do it that way. On a client relationship level, you want to push back. You want to be authoritative. And that is the most important thing. Dialing in like this little like there is a technical thing happening, like you're not using your true peak limiter right, and you're also not getting loudness out of your limiter. So those are technical things that would need to occur for this to be a good master, but that's like 7 steps down the line from where you're at. Like you are you're chasing your tail on something that that you don't need to be chasing your tail on, and it's taking way too much of your time. A master shouldn't take this much time. Ivory, what's up, dude? Let's definitely take a listen. So I know I might sound like a little bit harsh, but I'm actually advocating for you and your health and your sanity. Like and your success. Like this is how we would deal with a difficult mix or a difficult client or something that is like really messed up in a lot of ways. It isn't your responsibility to fix it. Mastering is not fixing. And anyone who treats their mastering engineer like they are to fix it or like make it better is fundamentally misunderstanding the process. And that's what we want to, that is what we want to establish with our clients. And it's like along with this, so you develop a professional attitude, a professional persona, a voice of authority, and then you get paid for the work that you do, and you are able to accomplish this work in a reasonable amount of time, so that what you get paid is a like a worthwhile use of your time. And I am purely advocating for you as a mastering engineer in like how much work you should be doing on someone's master. All right, Ivory, let's check this track out.
They can talk, I'm indifferent to that shit. I'm on one, ain't no trouble since like 10. Knew I had to keep my distance from that shit. I'm on a block, fire tight. We don't listen to that shit. We been them dogs, and them dogs went to finish on a strip. And shit go off, no it ain't my problem. They don't fit my shit. Oh no, don't talk. Please, if it ain't nothing, that cannot be fixed. I'm in it, dog. Shoot my silly off that shit. Fall off my hip, don't get involved. No, don't get it wrong. I love to talk my shit. It ain't my problem. They drop shit, I ain't noticed. Run my name through your mouth, that's an omen. I can hold my weight through the town. 80 going, ho, that's my domain. Run it, make them reap what they show me. Kiss my teeth, put the pedal down. Yeah, that's the motherfucking enemy. I don't let him sleep. Where I'm going, I can let him meet. If he talking down, then he's gone. I can bet it's brief. I'ma keep it brief. That's the motive. I'm indifferent to that shit. I'm on one, ain't no trouble since like 10. Knew I had to keep my distance from that shit. I'm on a block, for your tape. We don't listen to that shit. We been them dogs, and them dogs went to finish on a strip. And shit go off, no it ain't my problem. They don't fit my shit. Oh no, don't talk. Please, if it ain't nothing, that cannot be fixed. I'm in it, dog. Shoot my silly off that shit. Fall off my hip, don't get involved. No, don't get it wrong. I love to talk my shit. It ain't my problem.
Okay, another straight up banger. Basically, flooded below 100, and yeah, the flooded below 100, and it's taken away from the volume of the track. And I want this to like hit. I want it to like at a reasonable volume. It's clouding the vocals, etc., etc. The vocals are so good. Let's just dial back that low end and call it a day. The mix is great. The song is great. So kind of, you know, basically the usual prescription. So there is potentially a between 2 and 4K. You could add some presence there, kind of maybe on the vocals or on the instrumental, the keyboard and stuff. Like there is a potential case to be made that it could be like more defined and have a little more loudness if we put some definition in that region. But I also feel like as is, if we just dialed back on that below 100 and then, pull that 808 back and then make sure that the kick and the bass are sitting in a nice place. It's too blown up at the moment to even like evaluate how the kick and bass are playing with each other. So, pull that back, evaluate, and then you're good. And then after that move, consider adding presence in 2 to 4K very lightly. I'm talking about like a dB on an instrument here and a dB on the vocal over there. Like you got like maybe 3 dB total that you can distribute throughout your mix from 2 to 4K. So just kind of spread it around and find some stuff that sounds good there. And that is only a maybe. It's very possible that that's going to get peeled back and then the mix is going to jump out of the speakers. So that's probably all it's going to take. And then also, once you pull back all of that low end, you're going to have to regain stage. Like if you're hitting a master limiter or whatever, like you're going to have way more room to add volume. So you're going to want to like redo that. But that's it. All right, y'all. I'm on, let's see where we're at. Okay, we're about to hit the 5-hour mark. So, if you got anything else, send it in now, or we're going to save it for tomorrow. Because I am maybe a little bit tired. Cool. Let's call it for the night, y'all. It has been another really, really excellent night. Thank you for all the tracks. Thanks for all the new folks that came out. We'll be back at it tomorrow. This has been really excellent. Everyone take care. Everyone stay safe. And have a very, very good night.